Now it is. Welcome to the Beef Showmanship 2020. We're going to start in with our Class 1, Ellie Butt, Addison Collins, Ellie Stoley, and Ellie Bowman.
Good afternoon. Certainly is my pleasure to be here today to sort through your Clay County junior kids in the 4-H beef show. I was here last year. I'm glad to be welcomed back. I know it's going to be a good show, I'm sure, and I think it's really good through the circumstances that I'm excited to get to do this today. As we start into our first class of junior showmen here, we got 4 individuals doing a great job. They're all have done a really nice job with their projects so far this year, as you can tell. I think there's 2 individuals maybe just a little farther ahead in terms of their ability, and maybe their cattle are just cooperating with them better today. The 2 young people on this end of the ring, we'll ask them to stay and come back. These 2 young ladies with the black calves, we'll go ahead and dismiss them back to the barn. Don't take anything away from you 2. You've done a really nice job. Your calves maybe just aren't quite cooperating today with you. Maybe just need to work on getting them feet and legs set up just a little quicker, but still a really nice job to you 2. And we'll ask these 2 young individuals to come back for the next champion drive. So congratulations. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Okay, let's bring in our Class 2 juniors. Audrey Ledgerwood, Kaylin Cooprider, Trace Lugwig, and Mariah Scott.
we got another really good group of kids out here. Every one of these individuals doing a good job, and each and every one of them need to be applauded for the time and the time they put into these projects and getting them to the point that they are. All of them are doing a really nice job. So let's go ahead and give them a round of applause right now, and then I'll tell you kind of what I'm thinking. I think it gets a little closer out here as we compare these kids maybe than what our last class did, because I think they all are doing a good job. Like I said, there's some subtle differences in where they've got their cattle at and in terms of the way they've got them set up that maybe make it a little more challenging. I'd like to keep all of them back, but I'm going to go ahead and cut it down to just 2 of these young people. In the end, we just have to pick 2 overall. So with that being said, I'm going to keep the 2 young ladies here at the end and the one in the middle to come back to our next heat for the champion drive. Both of them are doing a really nice job. That's not to take anything away from you 2 young men. At times, maybe just don't have their cattle quite set up like they need to be. Maybe need to be a little more aware of where they're at in the ring. The young man with the Hereford steer is doing an awesome job. That calf just wants to give him a little bit of a fight here. He's a big calf that's a little harder to handle, but still doing a good job. Let's congratulate all these kids, and we'll get on to your champion junior drive.
Isn't that Ellie Sullivan? Or is that? It's Eli Butt and who else? It's the girl. Oh, that's the right. Okay. Back in the ring to choose our champion junior showman, we'll have Eli Butt, Addie Jo Collins, Kaylin Cooprider, and Mariah Scott. What's wrong with my mic? I don't either. Things ready for the fish fry for tomorrow night?
we're really off to a good start here in our junior showmanship. Makes you excited for what's to come, and I'm sure that it's only going to be good as we go on through the show. We've got a really good set of kids that we've sorted through. I got close there in that last class. It was close in that first class as well. I think when we get out here, I think there's two individuals I think that maybe just have a little more expertise to it, that or consistently have their cattle set up, that both do a really nice job. I think there's one individual that's maybe got the mechanics of it a little down a little closer than to ideal, and maybe one that's got a little more of the pizzazz and has the show ring appeal as far as the way he shows. I think it gets really close. And I'm talking about the two individuals here, the young lady with the butterscotch heifer and the young man with the Hereford heifer here. Like I said, I think they both do a really, really nice job. It's not to take anything away from you as well. I think maybe just getting the cattle set up just to their maximum potential, getting their feet and leg placed exactly like we need to have them. It gets a little more difficult maybe with a big steer like that, and as well with a calf that's maybe probably her first time in the show ring. So good job to you guys. I'll go out here and I'll select your champion and reserve. Let's give all these kids a nice big round of applause for one last time.
Your champion junior showman went to Eli Butt. Your reserve went to Addie Jo Collins. No. Now we're going to get ready for our intermediate, which is grades 6 through 8. We'll have class 1, Ava Butt, Colette Slough, Logan Stoling, and Addison Bowman. Again, in our class 1, Ava Butt, Colette Slough, Logan Stoling, Addison Bowman.
we got another really good group of kids out here for your intermediate class 1. We'll do it just like we did in the juniors. I'm going to keep 2 individuals back out of this class. I think it comes down to, again, just how your calf's acting and handling the show ring out here. I think there's 2 individuals. The calves are just cooperating with them more. And I know it's unfortunate the way this show environment is being made, and that your cattle had to bring them in this morning, and it's been a lot of changes, I'm sure, for a lot of them. There hasn't been as many shows and jackpots and stuff to go to, so there hasn't been a lot of avenues to get them out and get them used to being in the show ring, but it just comes down to the ones that maybe are just giving me a better look today and the kids that are doing a better job. That's not to take any away from the other exhibitors, because I'm sure that on any other given day, maybe their cattle, if they were acting better, could be the ones being selected back to come back for your champion. But today, the 2 individuals on this end of the ring will be the 2 that will be coming back for your champion intermediate. And we'll excuse the other 2 young ladies. But congratulations to you guys. Look forward to having you back in the champion drive. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Now we're going to come in for class 2. We'll have Clara Seipels, Dylan Smith, Brenna Stockup, and Haley Vitz.
We got another really good group here in our intermediate second class. It's kind of the same thing we saw maybe in the junior division. We got a really tough class. I think there's some kids out here that any given day could do a better job. Maybe if their calf was acting better. And I think there's also some kids that are excelling today just because of the way their calves are acting at. I think really good set. Like I said, I think it gets really close. It gets hard to pick out maybe just two out here. And I guess, like I said, I could take all four, but I'm going to try to keep it down to two since we just got to pick two in the end and try to keep our numbers out here in the ring down in terms of size and number of kids that we've got participating in the ring at one time. With that being said, I'm going to take two individuals. I'm going to take the young lady up at the beginning of the ring. Her calf's maybe giving her a little harder time, but I think she has the basics down and understanding what needs to be going on in the show ring and does a nice job of using the whole ring. And then we're going to keep the young lady here in the middle with this black white-uddered heifer here. The calf's doing a nice job for her, and she's had her set up the entire time. Seems to be very calm and doing a nice job. So congratulations to all of you. We'll keep those two back. Now let's give them all a nice round of applause. I'm okay. I got one down here.
Okay, coming back into the ring for our champion intermediate showman is Ava Butt, Logan Stoling, Brandon Stalka, and Hallie Vitz. As we get back out here for your champion intermediate drive, really good group of kids. Like I said, and just previously, it's a lot like the junior drive, and I think it gets much the same out here. I think there's two individuals that kind of differ in maybe where their advantages are to each other in terms of maybe one being a little more
have the basics down, one having a little more pizzazz and just the way that they show their animal. Not to take anything away from the other two exhibitors, I think they do a nice job. Maybe some just a few little mechanical type issues that I think we could work on to make them an even better showman than what they are. With that being said, I'll tell you kind of what I'm talking. Be the young lady here and the young lady up front being in contention out here. And between those two exhibitors, I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady to be your champion today. We'll use the young lady up front to be your reserve. Congratulations to you guys. Nice job. Congrats, guys. Nice job. Nice job.
Yeah, that's even. Your champion intermediate showman went to Brenda Stockup. The reserve went to Ava Butt.
Is there two classes of seniors too?
Yes. Champion of champion. Let's begin our senior showman, grades 9 through 12, class 1, Ashlyn Killian, Ryan Lash, Cody Slough, Ramey Vitz, and Cambry Booth.
as we start into your senior division. We got a group out here that are all doing a good job. I think there's two individuals I'm going to ask back for your champion drive that maybe just have a little more of the technical work down in terms of just getting them set up quickly and efficiently. Their cattle are working well for them today. With that being said, I'm going to keep the two individuals here in the middle of the ring, the young lady with the red heifer and the young man with this black steer, to come back for your champion senior division. Congratulations to all you guys. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. another really good class. As we get back out here in our second class of the senior division, I'm going to choose to take 3 back out of this division, or out of this class to bring back for the division. I think 3 individuals that are just doing a really good job. Not to take anything away from the other ones, like I've been saying all day. I think maybe how the Cavs are acting can cause some disruption in terms of how they're showing these cattle. Maybe on any other given day, they could work their way up into the top part of this class. But for me today, the young ladies here in the middle, in the second and the third hole, and then we're going to keep the young man out of the next to last hole there to come back for our champion in this senior division. Let's give all these kids a nice big round of applause. Congratulations.
We need Cody Slough and Cambry Boo from Class 1, Kinsey Slough, Hayden Smith, and Daniel Lauder from Class 2 for our senior showman.
First off, let's give all these kids a nice big round of applause. Doing an awesome job out here in senior showmanship. Much like I've said before, it gets challenging. I think there's some kids out here that are definitely doing a really good job, and like I've said before, sometimes it just comes down to how your calf's acting that day. I think there's a few individuals maybe that got some of the mechanics in terms of just walking cattle into their set, and maybe have that down a little faster, and then the way they can get their cattle set up and presented out here a little faster. Within those individuals, I think maybe it just comes down to some little things. I think there's one individual out here that has more of the basics down. Maybe doesn't have quite the just over-the-top show ring showmanship appeal, I guess you could say. But in terms of the way they're getting their animal set and the way that they most of the times have their calf set up in an orderly fashion and fast, I think is maybe what they do the best. Sometimes showmanship's not always about being the most exciting and most just of everything. It's more just about getting them basics down, getting the calf set up, getting it presented, and giving me a good look whenever it comes time to see the animal. With that being said, let's give all these kids a nice big round of applause again. I'll go ahead and pick your champion, and we'll move on to the next division.
I think so. When it's in that Cambry. Your champion's junior showman went to Cambry Boob. Your reserve went to Aiden Smith. Cambry will also be participating in the Champion of Champions. Our Champion of Champions will have Kylie Bosick, Sophie Stalkop, and Cambry Boo.
got really a good group of kids out here. We're getting your final round of this showmanship, your champions and champions selection. I think it's close. I think every one of these kids does a really nice job. I think they've got some give and take between them. But I think there is one individual that, when we talk about doing the basics and getting their calves set up efficiently and walking them into their step, keeping their head high, knowing where I'm at in the ring and knowing how to utilize the ring and all the ring to the best of their ability, and doing those basics and still having some added show ring appeal and the way that they hold the halter and the way to present themselves. So with that being said, I'll go out here and I'll pick your champion and champion. Let's give these three kids a nice round of applause. We'll go on to the next part of your show. Congratulations.
Your champion of champion went to Sophie Stockup. Now we're going to come in for our beef cow calf pair. We'll have Hayden and Dylan Smith. They'll be first and champion. First place and champion of our cow-calf pair went to Hayden and Dylan Smith. Now we're going to get ready to start our starter feeder calf show. We're going to start out with heifers. We'll have class 1, Mariah Scott, Hayden Smith, Ellie Bowman, and Ava Butt. Again, in our class 1, we have Mariah Scott, Hayden Smith, Ellie Bowman, and Ava Butt. I'm squawking. I have to hold it down here to talk, or it will squawk on me.
As we jump into your starter calf show, really nice group of 4 heifers out here. We got one on the top of the class that does so and wins the class pretty handily for me. She's the most feminine about her features. She's the biggest bodied, boldest ribbed heifer of the class. I like her in terms of her structure when we set her in motion as well. Just a really solid female that's a good place to start when we start off in this class. Is she the stoutest when you get on top of her? No. There's other heifers in the class that do have that advantage to her, but still a really feminine featured female is good in terms of her body, and I really like her skeletal quality. The heifer that comes in second, I think, is just the next best one. I like her feminine look. I like her body. I like her stoutness. Probably one that does have a little more shape when we get on top of the cattle than the heifer right in front of her. We just like to maybe pretty her up through her front 1/3 of her skeleton, give her a shot more center rib cage when we compare her to the class winner, but still a really solid female. A good place to go there in second. It gets a little more challenging from there for me. The young lady's Baldy heifer coming out next, one that's got a load of muscle and shape to her, really stout in terms of her upper skeleton, and got a lot of shape from behind. One that, when we set her in motion, gets out and goes relatively well. We just like to soften her up in her center rib cage and give her a little more center body. And the young lady that's concluding the class has a really nice, solid female, one that's very feminine, maternal in her kind. I like her moderated size. We just like to change her structurally off of both ends of her skeleton to get her up any higher. But a good group of cattle, nice heifer on the top end. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
First place in our heifer class, and first place homegrown went to Ava Butt. Second place went to Hayden Smith, and second place homegrown. Third place went to Ellie Bowman, and third place homegrown. And Mariah Scott was fourth place, and fourth place homegrown. And Ava was also our champion starter heifer and our champion homegrown starter heifer. Let's bring in our steer class, class 2, Brenna Stalkup and Ryan Lash.
We got a good pair here, steers for your starter calf. division. The young man steer, I'm going to go ahead and use to win. I think just wins because he's got more true meat animal shape when we get in on top of the cattle. It's a heavier muscle steer. He's a little thicker ended, a bigger bone calf. I really like his center body shape for a calf of this age. He's really good in terms of his softness to his rib cage. One that we can maybe change the way he's built off of both ends of his skeleton as well as make him a little smoother in the way he transitions from his shoulder back into his forearm. I think that's where the calf in second does excel, is that calf's a little better in his structure and his overall design. I like his added look and profile that he gives us today, and he's a calf that's got a lot of center body shape to him, but as we step in on top of the cattle, he just needs more time to grow and mature. A calf that doesn't really have as much muscle shape as the steer we got winning the class. So congratulations to these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
First place in our Class 2 of our steer starters went to Brian Leish. He's also first place homegrown. He's also our champion starter steer and our champion homegrown starter steer. Second place went to Brenna Stockup, and she's second place homegrown. Now let's bring in our bulls, Class 3, Hayden Smith and Dylan Smith.
You got a good pair, two different types of calves here in your starter bull calf class. The young lady's bull we're going to use to win the class just got more true shape to him. When you get in on top of the cattle, he's one that's got more muscle down his top, out of his hip, comes down deeper and lower into his twist. A calf that I think just reads with a little more just true shape and dimension and masculinity as we compare him to the second place calf. We'd like to change maybe the way he moves off of his hip and his hind leg just ever so slightly, and I think that's where the calf in second does hold an advantage, as he's a really sound structured bull that's got a little more length and extension. We just need to stout him up and give him more true shape when we get in on top of the cattle, make him more competitive in this class. But my congratulations to those two exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your champion starter bull went to Hayden Smith. She's our first place and our first place homegrown. Second place is Dylan Smith with second place homegrown, and Hayden is also our champion homegrown growing starter bull. Let's bring in our champion starter heifer, Ava Butt, your champion starter steer, Ryan Lash, and your champion bull starter, Hayden Smith, for our grand champion starter calf.
As we get our three division champions back out here and we get ready to pick your champion overall feeder calf, I think it gets pretty close. I think there's some give and take, and I think there's a lot of things that a judge has to kind of go through in his mind and determining which animal for their perspective type and kind, whether it be a steer or a bull or a heifer, which one maybe excels the most and gives us the most genuine future in terms of just what they're going to turn into and what you have to kind of read them out, what they're going to become as we project them on down the road and project them maybe into the show next year as these kids bring them back as yearlings. With that being said, I think it's, like I said, I think it gets close. I think there is, though, one individual. I think this has a little more overall quality look today, one that just has a little more extras in terms of having a little more center body, having a little more look up front. One that I think is going to make a really nice big heifer as we project her on down the road. The young lady's heifer calf is going to be your champion overall feeder calf today.
Your grand champion starter calf went to Ava Butt. Your grand champion homegrown starter calf went to Ava Butt. Now we are doing reserve grand champion homegrown starter calf, which is very unusual this year. Every starter calf that we had showing in here was homegrown.
maybe gets a little closer when we get back out here for reserve. I think all three of these individuals had some advantages over one of each other. I'll tell you kind of what I'm seeing between the three and then kind of sort it through in my head as we talk them here. The young man steer calf that won that division. Like I said, I like his stoutness, I like his muscle shape, I like his center body. Just need to make him transition better from his forerib or from his shoulder back into his forerib. Strengthen him up in his top line just ever so slightly to make him more competitive out here. The young lady's bull calf has got a lot of muscle shape, like I said. He's very masculine in his look. It looks like he's going to make a nice bull for this young lady. Got some center body. Just like to change the way he travels off of his hip and his hind leg. He gets a little rounder, maybe a little more restricted in his hock and set upright just a touch more in his pastern, but still a really nice bull calf, very practical in his kind. The young man showing this reserve heifer here, one that, like I talked to in class, just being very good and everywhere. Nice structured, good bodied, got a nice look about her from the profile. One that maybe it's not just overpowering in any one area, but one that's just very solid out here. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and use the reserve heifer calf to be a reserve in the feeder calf division. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Your reserve grand champion homegrown starter calf went to Hayden Smith. Now we're going to get ready for our heifer show. We'll start in with our Angus with class 4, Brenna Stalkup, Addison Bowman, and Hallie Vitz. Tell you what, when you do homegrown and pigs,
We got an interesting trio of Angus heifers to start off our heifer show today. One that wins is just going to win so because she's just more to this female. She's a stouter made, more robust about her center body. She's the biggest bodied female of the class, one that's got the most muscle shape when you get in behind them. Heifer that's really stout in her foot and bone size and shape. One that's got a lot of length and extension to go along with that. We could maybe alter the way she's built up front, maybe change the way she strides out off of her front too, make her a little smoother about her shoulder, but still a really stout, very broody made female to win this class. It gets a little closer between second and third. Heifers that very differ in their advantages. The young lady's heifer I'm going to use to win the class. I think it's just a little fresher in her condition, one that's bolder about her center body, a little deeper about her flank, one that just bounces up better from the profile for me today. And then the young lady's heifer that closes the class, I like that heifer's length and extension. I like her added just overall shape when you get in behind her. One that just need to balance up better from the profile, make her deeper about her rear rib and flank. Maybe just change the way she handles her hind too as well. But still a really nice heifer. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
First place in our Angus class went to Brenna Stockup. Second place went to Hallie Bitts, and she's second place homegrown. Brenna was also first place homegrown. And third place went to Addison Bowman. Your champion Angus heifer went to Brenna Stockup. Your reserve went to Hallie Bitts. Your champion homegrown went to Brenna Stockup. Now let's bring in class 5, our AOB, Audryn Ledgerwood, Addie Jo Collins, Eli Butt, and Riley Bitts.
We got a good class out here in the AOB. It's a very interesting class, and there's definitely some sort, and you have to take into consideration the different breeds and kinds and what you're going to see out here. And the young man's Hereford heifer that I'm going to go ahead and use to win the class, like I said, and when you take into consideration the type and kind and what she is for her breed, I think this heifer is the best one out here. One that's got a lot of muscle shape to her, really bold about her center body. Heifer that's got a lot of length and extension, and like I said, has a lot of stoutness, one that's just got a lot of performance. When you add all those things up, we can maybe just change the way she strides off of her front end ever so slightly. She wants to get a little more restricted in her shoulder, maybe make her a little more attractive up front, and I think that's where the heifer in second, third, and even in fourth hold the advantage, is that they are a little more attractive up front. But today, I think she's just the biggest outline, just stoutest made, most powerful female, one that you have to go ahead and use to win the class. I think it gets closer from there, and I think the young lady's butterscotch, maybe Charolais composite female comes in next, just does so in terms of her structural integrity. One that when we set her in motion is just more relaxed in the way she travels off of her hind two, reaches out and takes a longer stride off of both ends of her skeleton. When we compare it to the heifers in the third and fourth hole, when I like her attractive look from the profile, I like her freshness of condition when we compare it to the heifer in third. Heifer in third is a little more center body to her, one that's really broody about her center rib cage. Heifer that's got a lot of shape and muscle to her. One I just want to change the way she moves off of her hind. Two, she gets more restricted and gets a little swollen in her hocks even. One that just needs to be a little bit better in terms of her structure off of both ends of her skeleton. Heifers that concludes the class, the young lady's Bronco face female. One, you gotta like her length and extension. Heifer that's got some muscle shape, got some look from the profile. I like just to change the way she moves off of her skeleton, off of both ends as well. And we need to give her a little more center body shape and a little more depth back into her flank to make her balance up better from the profile. But still a really nice, long-made female. Good one on the top there. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
First place in our AOB class went to Eli Butt. Second place went to Addie Jo Collins. She's first place homegrown. Third place went to Audrey Ledgerwood, and fourth place went to Riley Bitts. Eli Butt was also our champion AOB heifer, and Addie Jo Collins was our reserve AOB, and she is also our champion homegrown AOB. Let's bring in our maintainers. We've got Class 6, Daniel Louder, Ashlyn Killian, and Addie Jo Collins.
got a tough class to sort. Three heifers that definitely differ in their type and kind. I think the young lady's heifer, the Baldy, that goes ahead and wins the class, just does so, and just in terms of having the most just sure cow power to her. She's the highest performing female that's got the most length and extension. I like her added shape and dimension that she's got down her top, one that's bold about her center rib cage, bounces up nice in the profile. I like her added substance of foot and bone. She's one that maybe we could just alter the way she moves off of both ends of her skeleton. But with that being said, I don't know that any of these females are just perfect in their skeletal quality and structure. But I think she's just one that's got the most to her, just the biggest, boldest, stoutest made heifer in the class. That's why we go ahead and start with her. With that being said, I think it gets closer between these next two. The young lady's heifer coming out in second, maybe the different one of the group. Actually, she's the most feminine in her kind. I like her added center body shape and depth. I like her added maternal look. Very feminine female that's good in terms of her structure, probably the best structured female of the three. I just need to give this one a little more performance and stoutness. I need to just open her up in her skeleton, lengthen her out, and give her a little more overall just performance and to get her up any higher in the class. And the young man's heifer that concludes the class has got a really striking look from the profile. I like her added shape and dimension. This heifer is opened up more in terms of the base of her skeleton, but with that, she gets a little more troublesome in terms of her structure. I like to change the way she goes off to her hind two, maybe soften her up in terms of her flank and bold her up in her forerib to make her a little more just overall dimensional when we get in on top of the cattle. But still a really nice female. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place in our maintainer went to Addie Jo Collins. She's also your first place homegrown. She's also your champion maintainer heifer. And she's also your champion homegrown maintainer heifer. Second place went to Ashlyn Killian, and she's your reserve champion maintainer heifer. And third place went to Daniel Lauder. Let's bring in our Class 7, Red Angus, Cambry Boo, Sophie Stocka, Kenzie Slough, and Cody Slough.
got a good way to go here in our Red Angus class. I've got a nice heifer to go ahead and start off with, one that's got a little added length and extension. I like this heifer's look from the profile and the way she's designed up front and her head and neck, the way she blends into her shoulder. I like her length and levelness out of her hip, a notch better of the heifer in second. I like her stoutness of her foot and bone size. She's maybe not quite as deep back into her rear rib and flank, but I think with that, she's probably a little trimmer in her condition, and I think that's an advantage that she does have. It helps her get out and go a little smoother and reach off with a little more flex than our heifer in second. Like I said, heifer in second's really bold about her center body and deep back into her flank, one that's feminine in her kind and very maternal in her look. I'd like to stouten her up in her feature in terms of the way she is about the ground, make her a little bit bigger about her foot and bone size. We can maybe alter the way she moves off of her hind too as well. She needs to reach out and flex a little better out of her hock and set down softer at the ground, but still really bold-made, very maternal kind of a heifer that's going to make an awesome cow. Gets closer then for third and fourth, two heifers that are maybe just a little more conventional in their kind when we compare them to the two up ahead of them. Heifers that are both good in their kind, going to make awesome cows. The young lady is lighter colored female. I think just has a little more overall length. I like her levelness out of her hip. Maybe reads with just a touch more depth in terms of her center body and rib cage. The young man's female has a little more stoutness when we get her right on top of the cattle. She's bigger about her foot and her bone size. I just like to level her out in terms of her lines, make her a little square off of her hind too, just to make her a little more attractive when we get her on the profile. But still a really nice heifer that's going to make an awesome cow. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place in our Red Angus class went to Sophie Stockett. She's also your champion Red Angus heifer. Second place went to Cambry Boo. She's your reserve champion Red Angus heifer. Third place and first place homegrown went to Kinsey Slough. And she's also your champion homegrown Red Angus heifer. And fourth place and second place homegrown went to Cody Slough. Let's bring in our Class 8, our Shorthorns, Jedediah Gunn and Jedediah Gunn.
We've got a close pair of heifers in our Shorthorn divisions. 2 fall heifer calves.
The smaller one is,
The heifer that I'm going to use to
It's,
win the class. Just got a little more
second.
length and extension. And when we get in
Yes,
on top of the
it's too
cattle,
big.
just a little more to this
Because that
female,
one there
particularly through her
is the
center
smaller
body.
one.
I like her added depth back into her flank. I like her added
Well,
muscle
now,
shape
wait a
when you get
minute.
in right behind. Just a very solid female. I
it's
like
one,
her
too.
structure.
I'm
Just
like you
a
now.
nice heifer to go ahead and win this
10,
class.
16.
The young man's darker roan female that comes in second. One that you certainly have to like her added substance of foot and bone when you compare it to our class winner. One that does have some shape when you get in behind the cattle. I just like to make her deeper back into her flank. Hey, clean her up in her underline, make her balance up better from the profile, but still a really stout-featured female, one that's got some look from the profile up front. 2 very solid heifers. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause.
First place in our Class 6 Shorthorn with the Jedediah Gun. Second place was the Jedediah Gun. Jedediah was also the champion Shorthorn heifer and the reserve champion Shorthorn heifer. Let's bring in our Sand Solution, Class 9, Ava Bud. Yeah. One and one. So, but she'll be one and one. Oh.
What age is she? What age is she? Okay.
First place in our Class 9 went to Ava Butt. She's also our first place homegrown. Let's bring in our Class 10 of our Sim Solution. We'll have Ellie Bowman, Ava Butt, Sophie Stocka, and Colette Slav.
got a really fun class to evaluate. The young ladies heifer we're going to use to win the class, I think, does so pretty handily, and just being the biggest bone, biggest footed, boldest made, just stoutest featured female, one that can do that with some attractive look and still handle herself structurally and with some structural integrity and flexibility when we get her out on the move. Maybe pushing a little more condition down through her chest. Maybe would help that female just get out even better off of her front end, but still a really nice, high-quality heifer to go there and win this class. Not to take anything away from the young lady's black female coming in next. I like this heifer's added length and extension, probably a little more my kind in terms of size and performance when we compare it to our class winner. One that definitely is good in terms of her structure. I like that about her. One that's a little trimmer down into her chest, but on the top side of her skeleton, maybe not the most longest and prettiest up front. When we compare it to our class winner, maybe just like to soften her up in terms of her center body, make her just a little stouter at the ground, but still a really stout bodied, very functional female that's going to make an awesome cow. Much can be said for the red female coming out next, one that's got some center body shape, one that's going to make a nice female when we put her into production. I like her structural integrity. I like her added just overall broodiness when we compare it to the heifer that concludes the class. One that we just got to make her a little prettier when we compare it to our class winner and our second place female. The heifer that concludes the class maybe has a little more length and extension when we compare it to the red female, maybe a little more attractive from the profile. We just need to stouten her up and open her up in her skeleton to make her more competitive in this group. So congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
First place and champion of our Sim Solution heifer went to Sophie Stockup. Oh, excuse me. First place in class 10 went to Sophie Stockup. Second place went to Ava Budd. Third place and first place homegrown went to Colette Slough. Fourth place went to Ellie Bowman. Now let's bring in our class 9, Ava Budd. Our first place in class 10, Sophie Stockup. This will be for our champion Sim Solution heifer. No. Oh, no.
As we get back out here in your champion Sim Solution lineup, probably the hardest decision we've had to make all day, I think, between two heifers, very good females and high-quality heifers that actually kind of very similar in terms of just the way they're built and their advantages and in terms of their attractiveness up front, their center body shape. Both of them got plenty of stoutness and muscle. One's maybe just a touch better in some areas than the other, and I'll kind of talk about some of that Like I said, the heifer that wins the first class, that fall-born female, like we talked to her there, I mean, just really huge about her center rib cage. And I think as we talk about her as a November female, I think is what the young lady told me, just really high-performing and bold about her center rib cage. I think as we set that one in motion, she's giving that young lady kind of a hard time, but I still think it's the more flexible one of the two, especially up front. Some of that can be just because of her added just being a little younger and a little leaner in her condition, I think, as we compare her to the heifer that won the second class. She just is a little trimmer up front. It's given her the ability to flex out and reach off of her front end just a touch better, but still one that, like I said, just really attractive. And like when she gets her set up there, it just gives you an awesome look from the profile. Maybe doesn't have quite the stoutness when we get on the cattle as the heifer that won that first class. But still won that second class, and that's in the first hole now. But one that I just love her look, and I love her center body. I like her structural integrity. Just a very solid female. The heifer that won that second class that's now up here in the front, like I said, is really stout, and really stout at the ground. I like that about her. I really love her boldness about her body cage. I like her added muscle shape and dimension. One that I think is still attractive up front. As I hit on there between the pair, I think maybe has a little more condition, and you can kind of lead that into some maturity there. Being a heifer that's got a little more age on her, you're going to have that one. I'd like to trim up in her condition. I think she would reach out and flex better off of her front end if she was a little trimmer there. But one that I don't see like a huge structural flaw when you get her stopped in terms of her angles. I think a lot of it is she's just pushing her skeletal width out there up front. Just makes her more troublesome up front in the way she gets out and goes. But a very stout mate female, one that's going to make an awesome cow. A little more moderate in her kind than maybe the heifer that won that first class, but still just really, really stout. I really like that female as well. Like I said, it gets close for me. I think there's some give and take. I'll go out here and I'll take one more quick look, and we'll pick your champion. My congratulations to these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Again, your champion Sim Solution heifer went to Ava Budd. She's also your champion homegrown Sim Solution. Your reserve champion Sim Solution went to Sophie Stockup. Let's bring in our commercial, Class 11, Jedediah Gunn, and Ryan Lash. We also want to give a big thank you for Mason Glass to donate the plexiglass that's right here in front of the announcer stand.
We got a pair of females that differ in their advantages and types and kinds, but I think when we just break down their skeletal quality and just structural correctness, the young man here with the slicker-haired female just has to win because heifer is just simply put is just sounder in her structure. She's more flexible in her hind leg and the way she uses her hock. She's more stable and secure off of both ends of her skeleton. I like her at a just center body shape and her just genuine build in terms of her rib cage. She's not the stoutest. She's not the most wowy in terms of just the way she's made. Maybe she's not the most attractive one, especially when you compare her to the heifer that's in second. But in terms of just skeletal quality and keeping cattle sound that they're going to be functional for years on down the road, I think she's the one that has to win. With that being said, the young man's heifer coming in second is stouter. And there's no doubt that she gives us more length and extension up front and just more attractive from the profile. But when we set that one in motion, she just needs to get out and go better off of both ends. She gets it really straight off of her hock and then more opened up in her shoulder, more restricted off of her front too. One that's just going to be more problematic as we put her on down the road into production. But you do have to love her stoutness. And I compliment these exhibitors on these two heifers. Tough class. Congratulations to you both.
First place homegrown went to Ryan Lash. Second place went to Jedediah Gunn. Let's bring in Class 12, Audryn Ledgerwood, Claire Seipels, and Kaylin Cooprider.
second class of commercial females. The one we got to win just wins because of her added quality, look, and just stoutness and power. I like her condition that she's in today. She's a little fresher when we compare her to the heifers right behind her. I like her added stoutness at the ground. I like her added boldness about her center body and her rib cage. We can maybe make her just move out better off of both ends of her skeleton, like we've talked some of the cattle earlier in the day. She gets a little restricted and gets up in her spine and wants to kind of raise her tail head up. Maybe just doesn't get out and flex as well as maybe we would like, but in terms of just being the stoutest, powerful one that's got some overall just look and overall quality from the profile, I think she's the one that has to go ahead and win today. We get in here coming in second and third. We got a couple of females that are a little more conventional in their kind, particularly the heifer coming in second. I do like her broody look, and it's going to make an awesome cow. We just need to trim her up in her condition, make her a little more fresh, give her a little freshness. I think it would help her overall look, make her a little more attractive from the profile. She's one, too, that maybe we could just change the way she's designed off her front end and the way she reaches out. The heifer coming in third, one that when we compare it to her classmates is probably the soundest in terms of her structure and the way she reaches out and flexes. I like her added length and extension. One that we just need to power up and open up in her skeleton, give her a little more muscle shape when we compare it to her classmates. But it's still a really sound structured female that's going to make a good cow. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place and first place homegrown in Class 12 went to Kaylin Cooprider. Second place went to Audrin Ledgerwood, who's second place homegrown. And third place went to Claire Seipels. Let's bring in our first place from Class 11, Ryan Lash, and our first place from Class 12, Kaylin Cooprider. This will be for our champion commercial heifer.
Got two very different kinds of heifers out here in your champion crossbred drive. Like we talked to them in class, the young man's heifer that won that class just did so in terms of just being the soundest structured female. And even when we get her out here, she's the loosest in her structure. I like the way she reaches and flexes off of both ends and her looseness in her spine and her center body shape and maternal look. She's not the stoutest and she's not the most opened up. But within that particular class, she just had to win because she was the soundest female and did so rather handily in terms of my mind. We get her back out here, like I said, she is probably sounder than the heifer that comes in out of this second class. I like her just looseness of her skeleton. She's still giving up quite a bit in terms of just base width and stoutness. And overall look when we get them on the profile, particularly up through her front 1/3, but still just a very sound structured female. The heifer that won that second class, like I stated there a minute ago, is just really powerful. very attractive up front. She's bold about her center body. She's big boned and stout featured. One that when we get her in motion, like I said, I'd like to loosen her up in her spine. I'd like to drop her down in her tail head and just make her reach out and flex better off of both ends. But even when we do that, though, I will say that she still gets out and reaches and fills her stride and gets around fairly well today. I think does so good enough that she can go ahead and win this stride because she does have the advantages in overall just stoutness and power and length. So congratulations to you, young lady. You'll be your champion today.
Your champion commercial heifer went to Taylor Co-Tire. She's also your champion homegrown commercial heifer.
I'd like to pick a reserve, so just stay there.
Let's bring in Audrey Ledgerwood's second place for our reserve.
As we get ready to pick your reserve, I think this is where the decision gets a little closer in my mind. The young man brings this gray-colored female in here that was second to our champion. That's a female that's really bold and just broody in her kind, and you can tell she's an easy doer. She's done so very well. I think maybe one that we could lean up in her condition just to make her a little more attractive, and I think it would help her structurally as she gets out and goes as well. But still, to me today, she's the one that's got the next most power to her. Heifer that's still good enough in her structure to go ahead and be a reserve in this division. So congratulations, you young man. You'll be a reserve.
Your reserve commercial heifer went to Audrey Ledgerwood. Now we're going to get ready for our supreme heifer. We'll need our champion Angus heifer, Brenna Stalka, your AOB, LA Butt, your maintainer, Addie Joe Collins, your Red Angus, Sophie Stalka, your Shorthorn, Jedediah Gunn, and your Sim Solution, Ava Budd, and your commercial, Kaylin Cooprider.
First and foremost, let's give all these kids a nice round of applause and all the heifer exhibitors we've had throughout the day. It's been a really good show, and maybe not quite the numbers maybe there would normally be because of the circumstances we're in, but still been a really high-quality show all the way through. It's been a lot of depth of quality. I think every heifer we've had through the ring today, I think there's something good to be said about them. There's something that they bring to the table in terms of just being either the soundest or maybe the stoutest and having some advantages in different areas and overall look and design and quality. And I think that's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be said about your youth here in the county and how they've went about picking out and developing their projects throughout the year. It's been a good year for kids, I guess you could say, maybe, as far as being able to have a lot of time maybe at home to work on their projects if their schools were put online and different things like that. And I think it's been a true testament to the agricultural industry and how our kids have chose to take this circumstance that we've been put in and turn it into something good and spending some time and really perfecting their skills in the barn and doing what a lot of them do best, and that's and the livestock and different facets of the agriculture industry. And I think that's really cool, and I think it's been awesome to see all year, really and truly, how these kids have went on and chose to take this and really turn it into something positive in the end. And I'm really glad to be able to come here and do this, like I said earlier, and I think it's really good that we've been able to do this. There's not a lot of counties. There's a lot of counties that maybe aren't doing a show, or they went virtual, or different aspects like that. I think it's really positive that we've been able to go ahead and have this show and give these kids a chance to show off their projects and compete against each other. I think it's a true testament, maybe even to your ag association and your 4-H leaders here in the county and what they've been able to do and to keep this show running for you guys. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on the cattle. We talked about them enough. The sun's starting to come out, it's starting to heat up. We got a steer show still. So I think there's a heifer out here that hit me hard in class and I think still does so out here. One that I like quite a bit and I think is just really good for her breed. And I think when we view her out here as a supreme contender, I think just does so because she is probably the best in so many different areas and still gives you just a very good look and a high-quality female, one that you can see just competing as we project them on down the road into different shows of larger facets, and I think one that's really nice. And we'll go out here and pick your champion. I won't give it away over the mic. Go ahead and pick your champion, and then we'll get you a reserve. But again, let's congratulate these exhibitors. It's been a nice show, and we'll get on to your steer show. We will bring in Sophie Saltup's Reserve Champion Sim Solution. For our reserve, our Supreme Heifer went to Ava Butt. She's also your Supreme Homegrown Heifer. Ava won with her Sim Solution. As we bring in that reserve female that we talked about as just being so intriguing in her stoutness at the ground and boldness about her center body and just love all the stoutness and feature and the still look and attractiveness she brings to the table. We talked about her maybe not moving quite as good as our champion, but with that being said, I still think her out of just overall look and eye appeal from the profile and still high quality presence that she brings to the table, that one still gets out and goes good enough when we compare it to the rest of the heifers in this drive. She'll go ahead and be a reserve today.
we're going to get ready to choose our reserve homegrown heifer.
Well, the decision doesn't get much easier. We get ready to pick your reserve homegrown heifer. Now we got them all in here. I'm glad we did this and took the time to get these put together because I think we've got a really interesting lineup, and I think all these kids should be commended on selecting these projects and raising them and being cattle that they've raised or come from the county. And very high quality set of females. I think there's a few out here that are definitely in contention. I think there's some similarities between those few there. I think there's some give and take and some sort that you have to kind of go through in your mind as a judge. I'm not going to take a lot more time. I'll go ahead and I'll tell you which one I'll select your champion. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause on their homegrown animals. We'll go out and pick your champion.
While we got a few minutes, we want to thank you to all of our 2020 Clay County 4-H sponsors. Our daily sponsors are First Farmers Bank and Trust, Great Dane, Riddell National Bank, First Financial Bank, AgriGold, Matt Kennedy, and Pig Implement. Our banner sponsors is Highway 40 Pool and Spa, Clearview Windows, Butt Seat Service, Technofab, Junior Leaders, Clay County Sheriff's Department, Courts Dust Control, Miller and Stewart CPA, Clay County Furnace, French Funeral Home, Crowder Lawn and Garden, Maurizio's Pizza Brazil, American Legion Post 2, The Farming Company, Farm Bureau Insurance, Micah Bono, and Chad Schotmeyer, Rudolph Home Mortgage, Justin Campbell, St. Mary's Little Woods College, Alicia Reed Thomas, Green Cop Services, Napa of Brazil, Terre Haute Savings Bank, Trumbull Express, Steve's Lawn Care, Cook Trucking, Arbu and Sons, Kent Boo, and Brick Craft. Our corporate sponsors is Duke Energy, Clay County Farm Bureau, Incorporated, Land O'Lakes, Series Solutions, Shopmere Ag, Pepsi Refreshment Services, Bex Hyford, Chad Fisher. Our supporting partners are Clay County Chamber of Commerce, Weaver Farms and Trucking, Logan and Hannah Thompson, Josie's Comatology, Clay County Podiatry, Family and Friends of John Arpel, Sackrider and Company, Quality Mulch Products, McAllister, Joe's Garage and Barbecue, New Wave Communication, Blue Pediatric Dentistry, Alan Reed and Diana Knox, Family Fudge Company, and Dirk and Emily Crabb. Thank you very much. AOB class first. We'll have class 13, Ramey Bitts, Abby Lash, Addie Jo Collins, and Trace Ludwig. At this time, we want to thank Elliot Stockup for doing our live feed.
Got an interesting class, AOBs. Much like the heifer show, there's some differences in breeds, and you have to kind of take that into consideration with the young lady's Charolais cross calf that's going to use to win. I like this one just in his stoutness and his power. his muscle shape, and he's still got a soft look in terms of his center body and rib cage. He's a bigger bone steer and particularly holds that advantage over the steer in second. I also like that calf's look from the profile, and very good in terms of his market readiness. Just a very solid calf to use to win this class. The young lady's black calf coming in second. One that you got to like his cutability and his overall just trimness that he's got. He's very attractive from the profile and the way he's designed up front. One that has got good in terms of his muscle shape, particularly right out of the back side of his shoulder when we compare him to that Hereford steer in third. One that when we set him in motion, I like to loosen him up off of his hind two, make him go out with a little more reach and flex off of his back leg, but still a very attractive made steer to go ahead and get second in this class. Young man's got a nice big Hereford steer to come out in third. One you gotta love his length and extension, and a calf that's really stout in terms of his foot and bone. One that's got some muscle when you get in right behind him. He's just, I like to stouten him up when you get right in behind his shoulder. I like to change the way he's built off of both ends of his skeleton. He wants to toe out up front and get a little coarser about his hock, but still a really stout-featured, nice lengthy Hereford steer that's going to make a nice project for that young man. The young lady that coming out in fourth, the white-bellied steer coming out here, one that's very practical in its kind, probably the soundest structured steer of the class. But with that, he's the lowest performing one that gives up in terms of muscle shape when we compare him to those in front of him, but still a nice practical kind of steer to go ahead and conclude this class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Nice group of 4 steers.
First place in our AOB class went to Addie Jo Collins. She's also your champion AOB. Second place went to Abby Lash. She's first place homegrown. She's also your reserve champion AOB steer and your champion homegrown AOB steer. Third place went to Trace Ludwig, and fourth went to Rainey Fitz, and she's second place homegrown. Let's bring in our main and Jew, class 14, Kylie Bosick and Ellie Solin.
We got a close placing in this class, and 2 steers that I think both of them are kind of not quite where they need to be in terms of market readiness. But within that pair, I think the young lady's black steer is one that's just got a little more true muscle shape to him when we get in on the cattle. The steer, he's got a little more length in terms of his spine. He's a little more attractive up front. I like his stoutness at the ground and foot and bone size. He's a little raw yet today, weighing, I think she said in the mid-12s there. I think when we go ahead and project that steer out and finish him out, I think he's going to finish with just a higher cutability carcass, one that's going to have a little more muscle shape and genuine power to him. That's not to take anything away from this young lady's red steer, as he is certainly one that when you view him as just an individual, he's really nice and just his kind. He's good about his center body. He's got enough muscle shape. One that I guess for me today, as we just compare and contrast these cattle, I just like to change the way he's built at the ground. He gets a little longer about his toe and a little more restricted in his movement. But he's a calf that I think is just very practical in his kind. Nice steer to be reserving this Maine Anjou breed. So congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
First place in Champion Maine Anjou went to L.A. Stoley. Second place and first place homegrown and reserve champion Maine Anjou and champion homegrown Maine Anjou steer went to Kylie Bossig. Let's bring in class 15 of our slick steers.
We got a good pair of steers here, very practical in their kind, both sound structured, big-bodied, very easy flushing steers, ones that you certainly would like to have a feedlot full of because they're just very practical and just easy feeding kind of a cattle. The young man steer would go ahead and win the class. When you get it on top of the cattle, just reads with a true, little more true shape out of the backside of his shoulder, and carries that same shape back to his hip, and opens up with a little more base width from behind. He's a little more attractive in his look when we get him from the profile as he's leveler out of his hip. Just a very nice, very solid kind of a steer to win this class. Young lady steer in second. You got to like his added center body shape and structural integrity that this calf's got. He's one that's done well for her. That's going to go on and make a nice, just easy feeding product, or easy feeding project for her. One that you got to like his added conditioning that he's got today. One we just need to stouten up and give a little more true muscle shape to today to get him over top of that steer that wins the class. But still a nice solid calf to go in there in second. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place and champion of our slick steer went to Cody Slough. Second place and first place homegrown and reserve champion, and our champion homegrown went to Kinsey Slough. Let's bring in our first place of crossbreds, class 16, Hunter Tony. Again, for our first class 16 of our crossbred, be Hunter Tony.
Young man's brought us a nice Hereford marked calf to win this class. One that you like his structural integrity and his looseness of his skeleton. He's good about his center body shape and gives you an attractive look. We can maybe give him a notch more muscle shape, but today he's just really nice structured calf. Congratulations to you.
First place in class 16 went to Hunter Tony. Let's bring in our class 17 of crossbred. Be Justin Shadon, Colette Slough, Daniel Lauder, and Addie Jo Collins.
good group of 4 here in your next class of this crossbred show. The young lady's steer we're going to go ahead and use to win does so pretty handily in my mind. And this calf's just got the most muscle shape, and particularly over the top side of his skeleton. And when you read him from behind, he's the most shapely in terms of his hip and his quarter. The calf that's the stoutest at the ground. I like his center body shape. I like his added just attractiveness and length up through his front 1/3 of his skeleton. With that being said, I would like to maybe trim him up in his brisket there. Just would help balance him up from the profile. He's a plenty moderate calf that's looks like he's going to finish out a little faster maybe than what some other ones would. And I don't say that's as a bad thing, but he is probably just a touch more moderate than maybe even ideal, I guess you would say. But still, the calf that's got plenty of muscle shape. I like his added just center body, practical kind of steer. And much can be said for the steer coming out in second. He's one that, like I said, has got some center body shape. He's got some muscle shape. He's stout made. When we get him on the profile, he just gets a little plainer about his head and neck. Has a little more added throat latch there. Maybe doesn't quite have the softness back into his flank when we compare him to that class winner. But still a really powerfully made steer that's going to go on and be a nice project for that young lady. The steer we got coming in third, I guess the biggest sort for me is between third and fourth. Steer I chose to use in third. It's got a little more added structural integrity, I think. One that we get him out and going, and he reaches off with more flex off of his hind too. Calf's got a little more length and extension. Maybe not quite as shapely right in behind as what the Red Angus steer that's coming in fourth is, but one that you certainly have to appreciate is added just length and extension and his overall structural integrity that calf has. The Red Angus appearing steer that comes out in fourth, one that you have to like is softness about his center body, and he's got some more shape through his twist and quarter than the steer right in front of him. When we set that calf in motion, I'd like to relax him in the way he's built up front and make him take a longer, more fluid stride off of his hind too, but still a nice practical steer going to go on and finish out and be a nice calf for that young man. So congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place in class 17 of our crossbred, and first place homegrown went to Addie Jo Collins. Second place went to Colette Slough. Third place went to Daniel Lauder, and fourth place went to Justin Shadon. Let's bring in our class 18, Audrey Ledgerwood, Kaylin Cookrider, and Logan Stolen.
another challenging class, and I think all three of these steers have got some advantages, and I think it just comes down to the one that's maybe the sum of the totals and does the most things right. And I think the young man's calf that wins maybe is not the stoutest, he's maybe not the soundest, he's maybe not the longest and prettiest fronted one, but I think in terms of just being one that's got some muscle shape, he's got some finish on him, a calf that's acceptable in his structure. I just like that calf. I think he's very practical in his kind, and I think one that's just very solid. Like I said, you can maybe make him just a little more attractive up front. You could probably make him take a little longer stride. But in terms of just being very practical in his kind and having some muscle shape, I think he's where you got to go in this class. The young lady's painted up calf, like I said, he is probably the most attractive one. When we get him stopped and on the profile, his head and neck and his look from the profile is awesome. I like his center body. Calf that's got some muscle shape when you get in right behind him. I think as we get our hands on him, he maybe doesn't read with quite as much shape right over the top of his, right over his top and right out the backside of his shoulder. I think when we set him in motion, he's the most struggled in terms of his structure off of both ends of his skeleton. And as we watch him go out, he gets more restricted in his movement. He bows in his hock. And when we got him stopped on the profile, it gets hard for that young lady to try to keep his front end together because he is so upright in his knee, almost bucked over, if you will. But still a very nice calf that's got some muscle shape and got an awesome look about him. That's not to take anything away from this young man's steer that's coming out in third, because there's one that's probably of the three, maybe the most flexible in his build off of both ends. Is a calf that's got some muscle shape over the top side of his skeleton. One that I just like to trim up in terms of just, or not trim up, I mean, maybe make him a little softer through his center body. He's one that is a little trimmer in his condition and maybe needs to be just a touch fatter. When we get our hands on him, I like to clean up his sheath just a touch, but still a really sound structured calf that's got a lot of muscle. Going to be a really high cutability steer with all the muscle he's got, but a nice calf. So congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
First place and first place homegrown in Class 18 went to Audrey Ledgerwood. Second place and second place homegrown went to Kaylin Cooprider. And third place went to Logan Stoling. Let's bring in our first place, Hunter Tony. Our first place in Class 17, Addie Jo Collins. And our first place in Class 18, Audrey Ledgerwood. This will be for our champion crossbred steer.
we haven't maybe seen quite as many numbers throughout the whole steer show today, but we got into the crossbred division. We've certainly got a lot of quality. All these class winners have something to bring to the table. I think there's some competitiveness when we got back into these last two classes, and within those classes, the cattle that had some stoutness and muscle and did so with some structural integrity, the ones that surfaced to the top. Within those two pairs, I think there's some give and take. The young lady's calf's got a little more bone and foot, maybe has a little more shape when you get in right behind them, but that's being kind of nitpicky. I think this calf that won that last class has certainly got plenty of just true muscle shape when you get in behind the cattle. The young lady's steer is probably a little softer in its structure, but the young man's calf, like I said, within that class got out and went pretty well when we compared him to his contemporaries. As we got in on top of the cattle and handled him, the young man's steer just handles with a touch more finish and degree of finish to him, a little more market ready. I like his balance from the profile and the way he blends from his forerib back into his flank as we compare him to the steer that won that second class. When the young man gets his head propped up and he gives you an attractive look still from the profile. With that being said, I'd like the calf that last class that's a little more market ready to go ahead and win this division. We'll bring in that second place and take another quick look, and then we'll pick your reserve. So congratulations to you, young man.
We need Caitlin Cupfire out for our second place. Again, our champion crossbred steer went to Audrey Ledgerwood, and he's also our champion homegrown steer. I forgot to.
Gets close yet again out here for reserve. Within this pair, I think these two steers again, I still like this calf that won that second class. I like his structure and I like his added just center body shape. I guess as we compare him back again, I just don't know that he's quite market ready enough today to compete with these steers out of this last class. With that being said, the young lady with that chromed up steer is going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion crossbred steer went to Caitlin Cupfire. Well, we got a little time here. Our champion rate of gain steer went to Kinsey Slough. With her slick steer, it gained 3.85 pounds a day. Now we're going to come in for our Grand Champion Drive. We'll have our AOB, Addie Joe Collins, our main end Jew, Ellie Stoling, our slick steer, Cody Slough, and our crossbred, Audrey Ledgerwood.
Well, as we begin to wrap up your show here today, we're concluding with a really nice set of steers. I think as we came through the day, these steers, it's a very solid set. Wasn't anything in here that just really was to the point that it didn't need to be here. They were all nice cattle that had some fundamentally sound cattle that had some center body to them and just kind of had some practicalness to them, had some finish on them. We saw some size differences, and that's where we had to kind of maybe make some decisions on whether something was market ready today or something wasn't quite there yet, needed a few more days on feed. With that, I think that's where, as a judge, it becomes challenging at the county fair level, as you might find a calf that you like that's maybe got a little more look and a quality about them, but maybe it's just not quite there today in terms of where they're at and their finish. And I think that's where, like I said, it gets challenging. And I think with that being said, I think out here that it gets challenging again when you get all these cattle back out here. I think these are all very market-ready cattle. They've got some finish on them. They've got some muscle shape. They've got some differences in structure, and I think that's where I guess I'm getting torn out here and what I want to do. I want to stay true to picking cattle that are sound, but you also got to pick ones that you think are maybe the best when you get them out there in terms of having the sum of the totals. Cattle that got some muscle shape, got some finish on them, and still can get out and go, and ones that you would, if you were wanting to have a feedlot full of them, that cattle that you still think that could be functional when you get them out there in production. I'm not going to take a long time out here. I think it comes down for me between two calves out here, two that's very different steers when we compare and contrast the pair. I think structurally they're very different. I think where they've got muscle is different. I think in stoutness and foot and bones, very different, and look from the profile, I think is very different. I think that's where I guess I think it gets pretty tough for me. With that being said, like I said, I'm not going to take any more time. We'll just go ahead and congratulate all these kids. I'll go out here and take you one more quick look, and we'll pick you a champion in reserve. If you would, though, let's give all these kids, all the exhibitors today, and all your people behind the scenes a big round of applause. It's been a good show. It's been my pleasure to be here and sort through these kids, sort through the cattle, and give you my honest opinion. So congratulations. We'll go pick you a champion.
Your grand champion steer went to Audrin Ledgerwood. He's also your grand champion homegrown steer. We need Kaylin Cooper to come in for reserve. we need Abby Lash and her AOB. This will be for our homegrown. Holly Bosick for our main and Jew. Kenzie Slough for her slip skier. And Kaylin Cookrider for our cross. No, she's not. No. In the ring now, we're showing for our reserve champion homegrown. We have Abby Lash for our AOB, Kylie Bosick for our main and Jew, Kenzie Slough for the slip skier, and Kaylin Cookrider for our crossbred. Your reserve champion homegrown went to Kaylin Cookrider. I already told it. Yeah.